Good evening. I'd like to call the regular board meeting for Hollister School District on June 27th to order. And we'll take roll call. Trustee Grist.
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Here.
Trustee Martinez.
Here.
Clerk Toasty.
Here.
And I'm here. So do we have any public comments for closed session?
I don't have any.
Okay. Do you have any?
No public comments.
All right. So can I get a motion to convene to closed session?
I'll make a motion to convene to closed session.
My second.
Okay, great. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Okay. We will convene to closed session. I'd like to call the June 27th regular board meeting for Hollister School District back to order. And item 6 is flag salute. Can somebody lead us in a flag salute?
Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. There are no closed session announcements. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I would like to pull consent items 11. I'd like to pull consent items J and Q to approve updated forms with modifications as presented by staff.
Second.
And is that separate from the approving the agenda? So you approve to approve the agenda with those modifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, I think we're going to do a roll call vote. So roll call vote on this. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So motion carries. Okay, so now if we have public comments.
We have 10A and 13.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay,
10A.
so no public comment, general public comments at the time. So the next are reports. 10A is a report on the Hollister School District Extended Learning Program update.
Okay.
So we'll get that up and going on the screen. Yep. Okay, it's on.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I can hear myself if I get it right on it. Maybe it just needs to go up a little bit. Is there a volume?
Let's see, it's on the back. Can you hear that?
No.
Yeah. No?
I hear you
Yeah.
tapping.
Okay. I'll take that. Thank you. Okay, I'll get started on this. Dr. Myers will be in.
Okay, thank you.
So good evening, Board of Trustees, staff, and community members. Tonight, we will give an update on the HSD Extended Learning Program, and Dr. Myers will be able to provide that presentation for us.
Hi, good evening.
All right, yes, very excited to provide an update for the Extended Learning Program. And we've made a lot of progress this year and want to share that with everyone. So this is as of today. These are the plans that we have.
Not
There we go.
moving? Okay.
All right, so this is the 23-24 plans. We have met with several local folks that are interested in the plan and providing feedback and helping us design a program that is comprehensive for our students. So through all of these meetings and plan designs, we're excited to present this. I think I might be on the, oh, there we go. I'm on the wrong page. Okay. District administration has met with our potential and previous extended learning providers over the past month. We have gathered input, we've considered surveys, and at this time, 2 MOUs are being offered tonight to 2 of our previous partners. Youth Alliance was offered an MOU to serve HSD schools, AAA Calaveras, which is their current previous school, R.O. Hardin, also a previous school, and then Sunny Slope. The total of their MOU is $1.2 million, a little bit over, for 11 months of service. This proposal is comparable to their 22-23 MOU, but with fewer schools. YMCA was offered an MOU with 3 schools as well, and those schools included Sierra Vista, Loud Lane, and Rancho Santana, all of which they currently serve or previously served. The total of their MOU is $1.155 over 11 months. This proposal is comparable to their 22-23, but again with fewer schools. HSD will provide service at the remaining schools, HDLA, Mays, and Rancho San Justo. This will equate to hiring approximately 20 HSD employees and allow us to provide that elevated service to all of the school sites. So the 23-24 program plan will implement a model designed much like neighboring districts. So this is, Youth Alliance is familiar with this as it's a very similar program to Gilroy. We will be offering a coordinator at the district level, which we have hired already, and then 1 site leader at each of the 9 campuses. So this will be their connection, their communication bridge to the program, to the program and the site teachers, the leaders, and the district. And then at the 3 sites that Hollister is going to staff, that will bring in approximately 15 activity leaders across those 3 campuses based on need. Staff will utilize a curriculum and structure provided by Alevo, which is, thank you, Trustee Perez, for bringing that to our attention. Currently utilized by 65 plus school districts and over 600 schools in California. It's also included, it's used by neighboring districts such as Salinas City, Salinas Union High School District, Greenfield, Soledad, Alisal, and San Jose. Alevo has achieved a WASC accreditation, and so we're confident with their curriculum that we are amply providing a vetted curriculum to our students, and they also offer other flexible options as we are building this program. So our supplemental partnerships, complementing the foundational programs provided by Youth Alliance, YMCA, and Hollister School District. Preliminary agreements have also been made with the following: Community Solutions, San Benito Arts Council, San Benito Robotics, San Benito Aquatics, Forza, and on. Discussions are ongoing and with a variety of providers, and they are not finalized yet. We do have some MOUs that we are considering. We'll present to you very soon. And I'm very excited to see some of these actually in implementation at our summer day camp already. Then we have the exciting part about there's that slide there. Then we have our facilities exploration. So the initial program, ELOP program, was fully funded but not fully expended so far. Because of the late implementation, the state has recognized that districts will have an excess of monies, but they don't want to take it back. They want us to be able to invest it. So we're thinking creatively and how we can spend these with investing in our district, and how we might be able to provide 2 things with 1 opportunity. So we're exploring the opportunity of purchasing possibly modular buildings at 3 of our sites. Some of our school sites have classrooms where they don't have a dedicated space to the after-school program. That means teacher space is impacted, and like one school site, they have signups and they're rotating through. And that was a big piece of the feedback that we received from teachers. They just want their own space to be protected and preserved. So we're thinking, how can we house the many things that we'll be providing to the after-school program, such as sports equipment or cooking equipment, art supplies, etc., and then having just a central location for the staff and the students to be. So we're exploring that. This may be something that we do follow through with, or it may look like some other districts do investment in their facilities. So if teachers' space is impacted, perhaps if you sign up to allow the after-school program to be in your classroom, maybe you get a classroom makeover, new furniture and carpet and blinds and whatnot, maybe incentivizing. Again, two things with one fund is what I'm looking for. How can I help out my fellow cabinet mates with this opportunity? So one of the major concerns that we've had is that classrooms are shared. We really want to make sure that those 3 sites will have the opportunity to run a program. This wouldn't just be a classroom during the day. We would really want to make sure we protect it. Initial ideas would be that we would run probably the Prop 28 when we have that teacher come in. Maybe this during the day it's in our art room, and then in the afternoon it's the ELP room, so that it's not taken over by a classroom, but really protected so that we can invest in the Prop 28 funds that we'll be getting very soon. That was very fast, I apologize.
Perfect.
Any questions?
Very good.
Any questions or comments?
Just the 3 of the 3 sites, where would we be putting these modular buildings?
I think we're in just very preliminary discussions right now. I know for a fact that Calaveras, R.O. Hardin, they do not have a dedicated space. Ladlene has a very high enrollment interest, and so that might be a place where we would be interested. Also, Sunny Slope has a very high enrollment potentially, so those were just off the top of our heads. And then the way the funding, if we are able to budget correctly and responsibly, then we might be able to do this every year. We might be able to say, okay, we have enough, given, if it is a modular, then we would be able to say, you know, next year it's gonna be X school, and then the year after that, we have a plan long-term.
Okay. Anything additional? Yes.
Actually, I'm just, just because everything is tied to discussion items on F, G, and H, would you like my questions for now or for later?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay. All right. Given that, so I see that some of the proposals of the schools that you have are proposing 100 students for Calaveras and R. Hardin and Sunny Slope and Terra Vista and Ladd and Rancho and ECLA. And then we want 55 for Mason, Rancho, San Francisco. I mean, that looks good on paper, except for not all schools are equal. If we were to look at, this is based on numbers of enrollment that we had this year. So if we keep those numbers, 100 at Sunny Slope, that would turn into 15.3%. If we take 100 at Ladd, that's 12.7%. If we do R.O. Hardin, that'd be 22.2%. If we do Rancho San Justo, that would be 9.9%. Calaveras would be 17.4%. Cerro Vista would be 16.4%. Mays would be 12.2%. ACLA would be 11.9%. AAA, if it maintains the 165 we had, but it's proposed that we may drop to 120 this year, which would then raise the number to 20%. And Rancho Santana would have 16.5%. We always talk about equality in this school district, and so how can we, because based on these numbers, that wouldn't be equal to all the different schools. We would be allocating more resources to other schools. And based on some of the numbers you mentioned, as far as the target populations, for example, in Sunny Slope, our target population is 29%, yet we are supporting an 100% student rate there, which is let's say, not equal. This would be the nicest way. How can you bring all this together by being equal to all the schools?
So those were just budgetary projections. I can say right now that our enrollment, the confirmation letters are going to be going out tomorrow. They are reflective of the school populations and the enrollment. And that is certainly something that we can, in the future, design a funding allocation to each of those sites so that we're ensuring that the students there are getting the services that they need. For now, those were just preliminary numbers in order to design some MOUs for our providers, knowing that we will not be able to provide to all of our unduplicated students, given that they're 68% or 62% of our population, but then also allowing the opportunity for families to participate based on interest and whatnot. And then also, thinking of our service providers too, so that no one feels that they are being excluded or shortchanged. It was just a straight across allocation just for budgetary reasons. But I recognize your point and can consider.
Because equality would be giving the same percentage point to every school, right? Based on that, and I also don't see the language in some of those contracts that we have that will allow you, because in some of them you have, especially for the MOUs that are provided for the YMCA and the Youth Alliance, you do specifically state specific numbers there, and there is no language in those contracts that say that we can modify it.
Right, and that's again because of budgetary, we don't want to overspend, knowing that that's our ceiling for not only the monetary piece, but then capacity-wise too. Because if we, while in an ideal world, we would love to serve 60% of the student population at the schools, but physically that would be very difficult.
The money is given bulk, right, to Youth Alliance and to YMCA, is that correct?
Yes.
So within their organization, they can allocate how much they want to give to those schools, correct?
There's some flexibility there, so if they're, we've come up with a projected
So if they want to accept more students at one site and less at another site, that's their choice.
And that anytime we can do an amendment to the MOU. This is, while this is our foundation, if we find that we have this massive influx and need, then we can certainly amend an MOU and say, yep, we're going to need twice as many people now at this site.
There's that. The other concern would be, ever since I've been on this board, I've heard that we are a choice school, a choice district, and I know there's a great concern for parents out there after the after-school programs. Some parents that do not have, may not have the opportunity to keep their kids in school until 6 o'clock, and also they may not qualify for these programs. Do we have a choice for those parents?
There is no grant that I know of that is offering after-school care for students that are not targeted for the UPP or for the 6 p.m. But until then our grant restricts us to those obligations, just like all the other districts that provide those services.
And but would we be able to provide these nonprofit organizations space for them if they chose to rent those out?
Absolutely, that has been clearly communicated to them, and I think that was in this, and I might have breezed right over it. There's each organization, just like the Hollister Vikings or the Youth Alliance or YMCA or any organization, the Stage Company, they have the opportunity to apply for a civic permit. It's called the civic permit or facilities use agreement, and they can provide some required details of insurance and et cetera, and then that be agreed upon.
And they would have to contact who?
The site, if they're interested, based on what site they're interested in.
All right, and I think that is all for now. Actually, well, just because in the other ones, your presentations, you talked about the early release policy.
Yes.
And I would,
Can you lean in?
And
I think they're having problems hearing.
yeah, I'm sorry, I thought I was hearing my echo, so that's why I thought I was speaking through that. Sorry, it's all on my mind at present. So anyway, I'm more concerned also about the early release policy. It's mentioned in both your proposals, except for it's not listed there, and I think that's important information for parents to have, especially as this is important to their children.
Yes, yeah, the 6 p.m. Requirement is an ACES requirement. As we see these two grants coming together and merging, we're waiting on guidance from the state as to which ones will stick, which requirements will stick, and which will need to be modified at this time, because we have 4 ACES campuses that will be sticking with that for the 6 p.m. And then for continuity reasons, for all of our campuses, it's a way for us to track the needs for our parents. What's out there. The early release agreement or form has, if the student is enrolled in baseball, then that is an excused, early release. If they have a medical issue, obviously, if they get services from another agency, then that is an excuse as well. So the goal of AB 2423, I think is what the Assembly bill is that they want to make sure that students are in a safe place for after school. And in an example, like R.O. Hardin, they have a lot of walkers that during the winter months, they have to leave the program early because in order for them to walk home safely, well, I would like to propose that we transport them so we have County Express come, so those students don't miss out on an hour and a half of supervised care, essentially latchkey kids that, may be coming home to an empty home, and where they can stay with us, they have food, they have safety, they have activities, and they're supervised.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Sure. Anything else? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
sure, I'm gonna have to run back and get my notes because I can't see that far, so for the next one.
So, public comments. Board Policy 9323 allows each speaker 3 minutes. Members of the public may call in during a board meeting to enter the public comment queue and state their public comment at 630-6320. The Brown Act prohibits the board from taking action at this meeting on items discussed during this time. Commencing July 1st, 23, the Hollister School District Board of Trustees will adhere to the 15-minute per topic policy. We do have a speaker on 10A, and that's Jose Martinez Saldana.
Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez and Board of Trustees. I'm Jose Martinez Saldana, Deputy Director of Operations for Youth Alliance. So I want to take a minute, it won't be 3 minutes, it'll be 1 minute, to thank you for directing staff to work with the partners that have been involved in providing after-school programming for a very long period of time, very successfully. Those conversations have led to the proposals that you have before you, the MOUs. And so again, on behalf of Youth Alliance, I want to say thank you for continuing to engage with the community partners to go ahead and provide quality services to the youth in the Hollister School District. We look forward to continuing to cultivate as close a working relationship as we possibly can, so that again, the benefit is to the community, directly to our students, the families, but certainly to the community in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 10B is the summer day camp report.
Good evening. Nice to meet you all here.
Good to see you here.
Imagine that. This was just our very first ever day camp that Hollister School District has held. And oh my goodness, I am so proud of this program. Very excited. Trustee Perez came and visited on Friday. He came to 2 of the 3 day camp locations. So excited for him to see the good things that are going on, the smiling faces, and just some affirmation that it can be done. Well, so we have our day camp update. Let's see if I can get this to go. No, can you advance it? No. There we go. Okay, so as of right now, I did include summer school. We had 715 students. This is a roller coaster number. We have kids that are in and out, in and out, in and out. And last we checked, there was not a wait list. Now this could have changed if there's new enrollees or interested. Day camp, we had 562 day campers with 0 wait list. In fact, Friday we hired 3 more staff so that we could get more folks in. So very excited to provide anybody who is interested in getting in, they are in and are able to take advantage of this program. We're running from June 14th to July 14th from 12:30 to 5:30, and there are 30-minute rotations within that 5 hours, so essentially 10 activities that these kids endure, and we just have them overstimulated and exhausted. I love it. So we have currently for the summer program for those 562 students, we have 35 staff. We have 1 district coordinator. We have 3 site leads and 31 activity leaders. This was an opportunity for us to test our theory on how we will run our after school programs, and it seems to be going great. We have, I'm not sure if it was shared, but we had on our training day, one of our training days, this cadre of people coming in, and they're on the age gamut of like I just graduated high school, and others that I'm a grandma, and so we had the gamut of this group. It was so great. They were working, packing swag and t-shirts and water bottles and backpacks and getting it all ready. It was so exciting to see everybody come together. They're led by 3 of our site district team. Antonio is at R.O. Hardin. He is a student at Sacramento State. His mother works for the district, and he's interested in coming back and being an educator, possibly administrator. So growing our own. Serena is the site lead at Calaveras. She's a mental health therapist. Her day job is a mental health therapist at Rancho Santana. Excellent opportunity to leverage her expertise there as a mental health therapist. And then Joyce, who is a current employee of Hollister School District. She's been a parent for many years. You may know her as Grandma Joyce, and doing great. She's also, she's at Sunny Slope. We have 4 of our community partners with us this summer. Forza is offering 2 sessions of dance, or 1 session of dance and 1 session of music. The dance is the physical component. I was exhausted just watching the lady in the 2 locations that we went. They are high energy. I can't imagine that she does this 10 times in a day. And then the beats music was very exciting to see. That's where they use an app on an iPad with headphones. They can learn to play piano or drums or really any instrument, and they're getting structured lessons on music, so they know music notes, and they're able to construct, or what's the correct word, write music and compose, thank you, I knew it started with a C, compose music and then play it out. It was very exciting to see, and we had the leader of Forza was with us as we walked through. Just happened to be there, and he said, this student right here is going to be a shining star. You really have to listen to his music. So very exciting that, perhaps that opportunity might not have been available to him, and now he's in. And then we have community solutions. So as part of our leadership component, what we did is we decided to take the middle schools, summer school students, and then bus them to the 3 elementary sites in the afternoon if they were staying for day camp for their leadership component. So they go to community solutions, they get built up as a leader and some leadership skills and some other activities, and then they are able to practice the leadership within the day camp. So they not only have activities for themselves, but then they also get to practice, implement the leadership that they're learning to do. Community Solutions offers small groups and one-on-one sessions also. Then we have San Benito Robotics, which is amazing. So I don't know if you remember signing the bill for, I don't know how many figures it was. We bought all those Legos, and some schools didn't use them, some did, but now they're getting used. It is so impressive to see. We have a partnership with San Benito Robotics, who has counselors, essentially robotics team members from the high school that come over, and they help our students, small groups of 4, 2 groups in each session, do robotics. And those high school students are learning some really great skills, because every time we come in, they're like, let me walk you through, and they're going to do this, and they've done this, and I've asked them to do this, and it's really great modeling for our students, and so excited to continue that robotics. We're going to see how that can work in the future. And then San Benito Arts Council, always a great one. We have art as we know it, and then song and dance. It's so fun to see the students with the ribbons and with the movement classes, moving the ribbons and to music and whatnot. And then as an academic element, we added ST Math, and this isn't something so ST Math was a program because we signed up for the summer. It is a non-language dependent program that is actually a California adopted program for math. So students are able to engage in mathematic activities without having to know a language. It's all conceptual, it's research-based, and so that was provided to all schools from, I want to say, April until the end of school, and actually it's still continuing. But the element that we're doing for day camp is we wanted to try out the VIP. It's an online tutoring program that ST uses. So the students learn about Gigi. ST uses a penguin too, and her name is Gigi. Uses Gigi, and then this group of 4 of our own students is connected with a tutor that's remotely somewhere, and they're in English and Spanish, and as needed. And then so they get their tutoring in math, and the kids love it. I'm shocked, they actually loved it. We had one group at Earl Hardin that was 3 Spanish speakers and then an English speaker, and they had a new student come in and they said, can we swap, because he speaks Spanish too, so we can all just have it in Spanish. And I thought, that's amazing that they can, whether that's whether they're HDLA or not, they're advocating for themselves in their language. So that's been a really positive thing. I was kind of skeptical about it, but I'm glad to get the feedback from students. So all in all, just a general fun. There's some building of blocks there, some music. Here's some quotes from some students. Let's see, did I skip over? Yep. You go out and ask it, either myself or Erica are out almost every single day. Stacy is our coordinator, is out there every day. She's floating around. What do you like about the program? A 4th grader at Sunny Slope said, I like how we move around a lot. Perfect, that's great. And 2nd grader at Calaveras, I'm excited to learn about piano and drums on an iPad. So again, that access that students may not have at home, we are able to provide to them. So here's some other fun pictures. The one with the pineapple head on the far right there, actually Erica and I went out on our very first day. Everybody got their backpack and their water bottle and their t-shirt, and this kid was at middle school. He put it on, he was all proud and walking away. It was so fun. And then Just a funny little side note. R.O. Hardin, they didn't give out their backpacks and t-shirts on the first day. They gave it out on the second day. And so one of the leaders said, well, the first day we didn't have any issues with the bathroom, but the second day everybody got their water bottle and they're super hydrated, so everybody has to keep going to the bathroom. So it's cute to see all that stuff out there and see them active and engaged in all those activities and making friends. You can see their classroom of friends and people knowing each other. I love how we're taking a community where we all exist and we're not separating them by school site. In fact, we're blending them together. So now when they see their friends on t-ball or at soccer, then they're, hey, I know you. So we're really building up that community. It's really cute to see. And then I'd like to end with Superintendent Sanchez went to get some lunch. Amazingly, she had the opportunity to go get some lunch. And the lady said, oh, do you work for the Hollister School District? And oh, yes, I do. Well, I am so grateful for the program. My son comes home and he is so happy. He can't wait to go back the next day. So it's great to have that informal feedback and for somebody to kind of speak up about it. We get a lot of improvement feedback, and it's just good to have some positive feedback. Any questions? You gotta come see it, it's amazing.
I mean, more is not too much questions, I think, but maybe there will be a couple of questions in there. Obviously, I had fortunate enough to go visit, and I do have to say, Dr. Myers, congratulations. I had my doubts.
Thank you.
Just because it seemed like it all came together at the last minute. But there's always room for growth.
Yep.
So a couple of concerns that I saw is especially with the San Benito robotics. They're amazing high schoolers. And they're not only showing off what they know, but they're also sharing their knowledge with our kids, which is fabulous. I would like to see them perhaps get paid because they are over the age of 14. And in California, you can work after 14 and they can get a school permit. And because one of the things we want to teach our kids is that by having a good education, most likely you'll make more money. And I think that would be a good motivation, especially for these high schoolers, because it not only because if they're there voluntary, that means they can come and go whenever they want to. But being paid and being responsible, I think would really encourage these kids to participate.
I do, and just if I may, I do think that there's an agreement with the San Benito Robotics and the work study requirement at the high school. So I don't think that that is a completely voluntary thing. I think there is some sort of collaboration. I know for us, because I know when we've gone around with Kate Morrison in the HR department, being very sure that we have 18-year-olds, we are bound by that. But San Benito Robotics certainly can have their agreements with students with the high school and the work study program.
I mean, that's just one of the big things, just because, again, I think my first job was cutting apricots. I think that's when I learned I want to go to college. I remember, I went to my folks, I had just graduated 8th grade, and I was telling them, I want a bicycle, and my mom's all, great, apricot, tomorrow. And I came home after that first day, and I'm like, no bicycle. But no, I stuck it out. We actually did, back then we had forest everywhere, Lion Street, Gavin, all these people. But that was one of the things. The other thing that I was concerned with is the 6th graders, the leadership there. We got to understand that they're still 6th graders, and I think they need a little more guidance than just be, you're here to lead away. Remember, they're 6th graders, and I know when I was a 6th grader, I wouldn't be as proactive as I am now as an adult. And so that would be one of my concerns. But other than that, I think it's a good start, and I congratulate you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have to say.
Sure. If I may speak to the sixth graders, many of our schools have buddy systems where the fifth graders or sixth graders go into kindergarten classrooms and have reading buddies. That is a really strategic opportunity for students to, or for school sites to build connectedness, because when that kindergartner or first grader is out on the schoolyard, they're like, hey, I know you, and it makes them feel more welcome on campus and whatnot. So even just their presence, although and I'm sorry that you weren't able to see the leadership class that they take during day camp, so that you would know that the leadership components that they're getting. But absolutely, even their presence just for connectedness or helping somebody who's apprehensive, it can speak volumes to helping a student reduce anxiety, feel welcome, feel connected and safe. So thank you for that feedback.
What I think that this program has done for our community is to give parents an option that, like, I brought up my daughter in Santa Cruz County, and so you would, during this summer, you had to pay through the rec department, and not cheap, very expensive, but they would, they would do these activities just like this through the day, and but you have to pay. This was not free. We are giving something to our community that in other communities, you have to pay. And I'm just so happy that you were able to pull this together, that our children have a safe place to be. They're going very quickly, 30 minutes, because that's their, attention span, but you need that time to get something going. And I just think this is just so wonderful because, let's face it, our community really has had a desert in the summertime for what our children can do. And this is great.
Thank you. Yeah, we only hope to expand it through partnerships and into next year.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Myers. So now we're at item 11, consent items. Can we get a motion to approve consent items?
So we pulled J and Q. I think we received those documents by staff. So I would like to make a motion that we approve A through AF, having received or having directed staff to provide us with the modified documents for J and Q. I make a motion that we approve all the consent items from A through AF.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No, just because I didn't have enough time to go through all.
Okay. Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Passes 4-1. And so now item 12 is approval of board meeting minutes from May 23rd, 2023. Can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the board minutes of May 23rd, 23.
Second.
Okay, great. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. So now we're in 13, discussion/action items. 13A is a discussion and approval of board bylaw updates.
Good evening, board. The administration has received board bylaws required or recommended for updates, and they are listed below. All of the board bylaws have been in need of some updating for some time. So the list that is presented in the attachments includes every single board bylaw and the updates that have been recommended by the California School Boards Association at this time. Staff is requesting that the board approve the board bylaws as presented, which include legal updates, refreshed language, recommended language by the California School Boards Association.
Do you want us just to call out something, or?
Sure, I mean,
On page 406, under, I guess it's under Ed Code 9323.2.
Which number are you on?
which board bylaw?
Um,
On page 406, but what number are you on?
Number 7. And it says grades K through 8. Should it be TK through 8?
What is it referencing? I'm pulling up the
The
packet.
district, when the district is organized to serve only grades TK through 8.
It says
Action.
K8 right now.
Right, and should it be TK?
Action
It's for actions
to
requiring a
establish a
super
community
majority.
day school for any grades K through 8. It's referencing community day school.
And then it goes down, the next to number 8, it says, again, only grades K through 8. So I just didn't know.
So if it's a community day school, then that it would be different.
I don't know,
Mhm.
so I'm bringing this up.
I think the language is appropriate as is if it's
Okay.
referencing the community day school.
Well, because community school is going to get changed, isn't it?
Well, community school is a different concept that is not, it's not tied to the board policy that you're talking about.
Right, I
Yeah.
understand that, but we're going to have 2 different,
We're gonna have to make sure that we as a community, HSD community, can make that distinction of the future program, community school, and community day school, so that there's not that confusion. Thank you for that.
Okay, does anybody else have anything they'd like to discuss?
So we're clear, so we're approving this without it coming back for a second reading. So this would be our first and final approval.
That is,
First review and final approval.
that is correct. That follows the same pattern that we've been following with all of the other updates that have been in need of updating and refreshing.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the board bylaw updates as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the bylaw updates as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Roll call vote. Trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Martinez.
Yes.
Trustee Tosti,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, so motion passes 5-0. Next discussion item is discuss an action on increased board stipend for attendance of meetings.
Okay. So this item is brought forward tonight as requested to allow for discussion and consideration of an increase to our current board stipend for trustee members who attend scheduled meetings. Currently, the stipend is $33 for those board trustees that opt in to that stipend. There was discussion and interest earlier last month to bring this back as an item that the board would be willing to discuss in public to consider increasing the stipend amount.
Okay,
Would we like more background? Or?
yeah. Is there any background? Did you want to present some background?
Yes, according to the code and our size of our school district, we should be getting, I think it was $240 a meeting. A monthly. We are, I mean, obviously you guys know my background, I'm union oriented, and believe in a fair wage, not that this is a full-time job, even though it is. this hasn't been increased since 2013. We're $33 even if we were to be paid minimum wage. The hours of time that we spend on meetings alone would be just about that. And I think it's something that we should consider doing just because that's what the law allows for. It'd be like what the minimum wage is. They do that for us too, and that would be the minimum for us according to code. And that's why I propose it, not just for our benefit or for the benefit of future board members, because we do a lot of work, and I think we also have to. I think the public would agree that $33 or $35 is not. It's maybe half a tank of gas, but so I think it's just that we, in order to be fair for ourselves, we and also practice that for our staff. So that's why.
Okay, and anybody have anything to discuss regarding, right now, I'll put out that the current board bylaw, which is 9250, says that each member of the governing board may receive a monthly compensation of $35. And then we just recently struck out, I think it was a historical, but it bears speaking to, that the members of the governing board view their board service as a voluntary contribution to the community and elect not to receive the compensation to which they are entitled pursuant to Ed Code 35120. This was on as of our last update, which was 12/10 of 13. So my understanding is, although we were, what would you call
Well,
it?
legally,
Eligible for more, there was a choice,
there was a choice back
because you're
then.
historical.
Yeah, there was a choice, and because we are also offered health and welfare benefits for those that choose to participate, right? There are some of us that do not take the health and welfare packages.
But at a cost.
Correct. And so, that had always been something that had been offered to board members in the past, was fully paid for them. And so when things got rough, that was one thing that I think that it didn't look very favorably by employees that were getting cut and were getting demoted or laid off, right? To have incentives like that for the board. So it was cut down to actually nothing, and then CISC required for us to be participating in the health and welfare, we had to be included as a employee.
Right.
So we have to be on paid status. So the minimum that we could receive is the $400 a year. Or $400 a year, $399, I believe, something like that, for the year to be considered an employee, so that we can participate in the CISC health plans. And so that's what it's been at since the update from the $33 to the $35 increase. And I wasn't aware of changes to Ed Code that had never been brought forward before.
So the district, the last time that I can find that it was considered or discussed at the board level was on September 27th, 2016. At that time, I believe that board voted 5-0 to establish it at the $35 amount. There was discussion about the maximum amount being prescribed as the district's average daily attendance for the prior school year, from what I can see at that time. However, that board decided to stick with the lower amount of $35.
Yes, I guess we should go around. Trustee Grist?
Grist, I'm a no.
Oh, are we voting, or is there any
Oh,
more
I
We're
discussion?
not
I- what do you
voting,
want?
we're just
Yeah, we're just,
debating.
any debate, any
Oh, I don't have
discussion?
it. No, I, you know, I think the health benefits are, pretty good, so that's you know, that's money. So, no, I don't have any further discussion.
Okay, trustee Perez, any further discussion or
Mm,
comments?
I mean, yeah, I don't like to get I don't like to get that, and I believe in public service, otherwise I wouldn't be here to begin with. And I'm not necessarily more, for me, it's just because it's the EDCO, and yes, we could vote, we vote and we'll figure that stuff, but I stand by that we should be, at least have what the minimum says with EDCO.
So that's a question. Does the ed code require that if you're over, I mean, I didn't get an opportunity to read the ed code.
The Ed Code states that there could be consideration of compensation based on the prior year's ADA.
What percentage would that be? I mean, is there a percentage assigned?
I believe it's-
10,000.
It's a maximum amount. I believe
Students
that.
under 10,000, a board gets paid X amount,
Right. So
and then
it
over
goes-
10,000 to whatever, it gets paid X amount.
It goes by the size of the district. I mean, and they go from like a minimum of like 400, 500 students, and then the next level of 1,000 students, and then we are between the 1,000 and 10,000 students, and so they say the 240 and then above 10,000 they get more and so forth.
Yeah.
It's just it's just what the code says.
It's just based on student population.
Yeah, and so that's why I recommended it.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand if this is like a requirement. Okay. Trustee Martinez, any comments?
I mean,
Questions?
I don't take the health and welfare again, you know, if we, do this position, it's knowing, you know, the responsibilities that come with it and the sacrifices that come with it, because there are sacrifices that we make, but, to me, the $35 is, I know it's not, you know, with everything the way it costs, it's really, it's not an impact, negative or positive, so for me, it's irrelevant.
Okay. Clerk Tosti?
I don't agree with the increase for the stipend. I didn't come onto the board for that. It is a very difficult job and a very time-consuming job. And I just feel that we do it to help the kids. That's why I do it, to help the kids, the staff, and to keep the district online. So I don't agree to a stipend.
Okay. I was interested in taking a look at it as far as like, you know, what we're supposed to do, but I too, when I joined the board, understood that it was a given to have an opportunity anyway to go for, what do you call it, the benefits, and if going for the benefits or having the eligibility to go for the benefits, you had to claim the $35 a month. And I remember asking, do I have to do that? And then was told yes, so I did do that, but I personally just try to find ways to give it back too. I personally feel that, especially in light of the fact that we've been deficit spending, and it just would feel disingenuous to me to ask for more than is already established for board bylaw. Was it 9250? So I suppose, is there any more discussion, any more?
I would just say that it's not something personal, it's for the future. I think that, you know, I know that we all do, I mean, even our regular jobs, we probably do more than we should. Again, we also should be fair to practice that also with our staff. And so we should be fair for ourselves, even though it's not, it's a drop in what we do. And yes, public service, we're embraced by that. But I also, who knows, maybe a little bit more might bring different competition to the table, you know? And, I came when someone didn't run for this position. And perhaps that may make a difference for somebody out there that would be like, you know what, even though it's not a lot of money, I have time for that and to do that. And so it's just another way of, how should we say, recruit. And so that's also one of my reasons, not just because I feel that is, but it is part of the curriculum. So, but with that, I rest.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just, with this being a topic of, I'm just curious of what the other surrounding districts pay their board, if they pay them anything, or what they get compensated with, just to give us an idea of where we fall.
Some time ago, I had this conversation, and I know that it is comparable in regards to it being less than, $40 a month. But I can have more accurate information if you would like, or more present day, should any increases have taken place. I have not noticed on any of the other local districts that their board agendas included a discussion item, such as this.
Yeah,
in the
I
last.
haven't.
I think Morgan Hill, is that
Morgan Hill,
Morgan Hill School District?
is that the,
What?
That's the 240.
Do
they get benefits?
Like the high school doesn't,
That-
I don't believe.
no. Okay, well, I suppose if there isn't any other discussion, we should take a vote. Roll call vote with,
Well, we have to have did you do a motion?
oh, no,
I make a motion that,
right,
keep
thank you.
status quo, for board bylaw 9250 of the $35 a month.
A second?
Okay, so we'll take a roll call vote now. Trustee Griss?
I just want to make sure that, so the motion is $35 a month.
What is here? Yes.
Okay, I will say yes to, Grist says yes to $35 a month.
Okay, Trustee Perez?
Get $1 a month raise.
I will say no.
Okay, Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
And I say yes too. Having said that, I will say, we can always bring this up for
That's right.
discussion again at a later date, especially getting closer to when there will be trustee turnover, if you will. So thank you for bringing it up, and it was valid
Making us
discussion.
aware.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay,
13.
yeah, 13C is discussion and action on ratification of tentative agreement with Hollister Elementary Classified Association, CSEA 265, and approval of AB 1200 public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement.
Good evening, board. The district is very pleased to announce that it settled an agreement with the classified bargaining team. We've met multiple times throughout the year, and this has been quite the collaborative process where we had a look at the entire contract. We made some collaborative revisions and edits along the way, and then we exchanged proposals on specific articles. This item tonight is specifically the approval of the AB 1200, which is a public disclosure that allows the board to consider, discuss, and potentially approve the proper documentation that would allow for the compensation increase to take place for the classified unit. The details are that the classified staff will receive a payment of 1% of the base salary for each unit member completing the school year, and those that have retired during the school year. A second point is that 6% will be added to the 22-23 salary schedule, retroactive till to July 1, 2022. And then there are some minor increases to some of the stipends within the contract. For example, an apron laundering stipend, a work shoe stipend, and so on, things like that. Should the board approve this item, it approves the AB 1200, which would then go to the County Office of Ed for consideration and approval, formal approval, which would allow for us to move forward with the application of the compensation increase. This item also includes ratifying or approving by the board, at the board level, the tentative agreement that we have reached. That means the agreement of all the language that we've come to through the negotiations process that we've agreed that we want to revise in this moment. As we also discussed at previous board meeting, this would also trigger, as discussed by the board's direction, the same increase. It would be extended to the unrepresented employees, and that impact is reported under other revisions on the AB 1200. Any
Okay.
questions?
Yeah, any questions or discussion?
So this, sorry, go ahead, Jen.
I just want to make sure, so we're talking about the Me Too, is that what you were?
I'm talking
referring
about,
to?
yes, Me Too for the unrepresented group.
Yes, thank you.
The Me Too on the salary, right?
Me Too on the 6+1.
Plus the one, okay.
Mhm.
But the AB 1200 for that group is separate and apart from CSEA?
Legally, the AB 1200 for classified is a requirement. An AB 1200 for an unrepresented group is not legally required. We are referencing it here so that we can publicly talk about it. We can publicly disclose in the AB 1200 to the public and the county that we're revising the budget in the amount that it would take to apply the same salary increase to the unrepresented group. Unrepresented group would be, for example, principals, assistant principals, coordinators, directors, managers, confidential employees.
There's only a few that aren't incorporated in that group.
There are a few administrators that are not incorporated in that group. That would be superintendent, assistant superintendent, and chief business officer. They are not included in that group.
Thank you for
Mhm.
clarifying.
And the total compensation is noted in the AB 1200 for both groups, right?
Yes,
Okay.
And it's in this budget as well.
it is budgeted for, yes.
I'd like to do approval. I'd like to make a motion to approve AB 1200 for CSEA 265, collective bargaining agreement for 2023. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
So I would, you would approve the motion, or you would make a motion to approve the AB 1200 for the classified unit.
Yeah, classified unit, CSEA 265.
Okay, and can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, great. Any discussion, further discussion? Okay. Roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
No.
No? Okay. Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
And Trustee Marks? Yes. So motion passes 4-1. So now we're at 13E, discussion and approval of contract with San Benito Arts Council. Oh, D, sorry. 13D, 2023 discussion and approval of school plans for student achievement, SPSA.
You have the SIPSAs here for your consideration. This is our annual approval time for the single plan for student achievements for each school site. This is a plan in which it's basically the site level LCAP. And so it's framed off of our district LCAP, and then the sites take that information back, and based on their own local data, they are able to, in collaboration with their school sites council, their ELAC, and their educational partners develop a plan to present to you which includes the title funds that are allocated to them for your consideration.
Okay, does anybody have any comments or questions?
Well, I read all of these, and I always do. I can remember, I was always on site council, and one of the principals that I was under always said, the board never reads these things. So it's like kind of a challenge to me that I was on the board. I got to read these things. And I must say that this year, by far, I was really impressed at how the principals were looking at some of their issues and really addressing the changes that they wanted to make, and really, looking at this as an important document. And I just want to commend the work that it was obvious that was going on. And I was really impressed by the foresight that was being used, and the plans that they are making for next year and how they want to improve. And I thought it was really cool. And that's what I'd like to say, is that I was a happy camper. I mean, I really liked what I saw, and it was obvious that people were taking their time to really do a good job, and for our kids and for our community, and people were really looking at this very, very seriously.
I agree. Each site had some feedback provided. It was a very collaborative process. I think it has been a document that has been overlooked, but going through the FPM process, the federal program monitoring process this year, they are getting more and more stringent with their analysis of how we implement our programs. And this was something that did come up. We didn't have a finding for it, but it just alerted that, we really need to make sure these are all tightened up and clean, and, we can't just pass them from one year to the next. We need to be very intentional and update. So very proud of the program, or the plans that
Well,
the sites have
it was really obvious. And the other thing is that, we've talked about the evaluation process. And, our superintendent is evaluated on the goals of the LCAP. And then she in turn evaluates everybody on the goals of the LCAP. And so these are the goals of the LCAP. So it's just this big circle, this big wheel that keeps turning. I feel like Tina Turner now. But what I mean, it's just that, and it's so evident to see this when you're reading it, and you see that this is being followed through. It's just like a Tina Turner thing, it keeps rolling. So yeah, it was really, for me, I was very happy.
Good. It's another parent engagement activity that we'd like to build and continue on. I think it kind of it communicates to parents that their voices do matter, that their involvement is critical.
Oh yeah, we got work to do.
Yeah.
As I say, we don't have work to do, but it's acknowledged here, the work that we have.
Thank you. Trustee Perez, any comments or questions?
For me, it's always important to keep your eye on the road, what path you're taking, make sure we have high expectations and that we stick to them. And this is a good way that allows the schools to focus on what their goals are, where they're achieving and where they're failing, and making those adjustments.
And as we move forward, the gap of COVID, the pandemic, that data that is missing that you may have noticed, it will then fill those, it's kind of starting anew as we accumulate data. And it was interesting looking back at some of these plans and how different the data was back then, and not necessarily in a negative way, but how it's been a shift in populations and achievements and whatnot. So that's something that I'm excited to see year over year, how they're growing.
And to me, I think these documents individualized, for each school is something that they need to be aware of, but what is also in there. That includes your certificated and your classified, because they have to know what it is they're working towards, right? It's a living document that is holding everyone accountable for growth, right? And where the growth is needed, so that we all know we're working towards, improving in math or in reading or for this grade or that grade. So that way everyone has that same purpose, right, and thought process. And as a living document, that would be something that I would want to know what my contribution is as a classified employee to help our students, right?
I was impressed also, I did read.
Overachievers.
I was very cognizant of some very finite and thoughtful, I thought, specificity in the goals.
Mm-hmm.
And my natural question is, are we going to measure the achievement to these very specific kind of goals going forward? Because this, to me, was exciting in that as a board, we want to make sure that we're putting the welfare of the students first, and that in doing that, we have a very specific goals to go by. And with this, not an unreasonable or undefined improvement, but where, how much, and so that we can continue to build, and it's achievable. It's a bite that somebody can actually achieve. So I just wanted to say that although that might have been in previous ones, it was very clear to me in this batch. Thank you.
Yeah, because in the conclusions, when they read the data and then they put in their conclusions, they are very, very specific.
Yeah.
What they're gonna do.
Quantifiable.
Yes, very quantifiable. So I agree, it's gonna be a challenge to then see, well, how do they do, which will be a fun challenge, I think.
Yeah. They get to endure the adventure that we all experience at the district level for the LCAP.
Yeah.
How did we meet our goals?
Share the pain.
But it allows each school to have its own necessary focus. It's
Absolutely.
not this overarching umbrella of stuff,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see how every school has a different need.
Yes.
Some have similar, but others have very different needs and different programming funding than, CSI or ATSI.
Yes.
Well, one need is, in all of our schools, is this chronic absenteeism. That's everywhere. Yeah, it's everywhere in the nation, but it's a problem.
Okay, so would someone I actually will.
Okay.
I will move that we approve the school plans for student achievement 2023, 24, right? The SPSAs as presented.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Myers.
And to everyone else.
Yes,
Yeah.
to all
Oh, yeah,
the site-
all the
yeah,
people
the
who
site
did the hard
council
work
and-
out in the
yes.
sites, yeah. Thank you. And then 13E is discussion and approval of contract with the San Benito Arts Council. That's you too.
She's gonna be here.
Yeah, I know. I just have my stack of papers over there.
Yeah.
This is being presented to you. So we had a little snafu. The state is figuring out what they're going to do and how they're going to fund with Prop 28. And so based on that, we have glamorous plans for certificated staff and intervention and whatnot. But we're waiting for the money. So while we wait for the money, and then we can have conversations with the Arts Council after that's implemented, we would ask, I'm asking the board to consider that we just continue with the same program that we implemented this year, get the third graders the ukulele program, it's so adorable. And the MOU is almost identical, services will be the same as last year.
Okay, any comments or questions?
I think this is a great opportunity. I love these programs for the kids. I viewed them several times last year. The students are so happy with these programs. So I'm very pleased that we're continuing it.
And then soon we'll be able to showcase, little by little, we're showcasing their work in our hallways. And last month at the last board meeting, we had our wall decorated. So really showcasing the work that, I mean, little TKs are so incredible. I feel inferior to some of those 4-year-olds' art.
Okay. Can we get a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the contract with the San Benito Arts Council.
A second?
Okay. Trustee Grist,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Martinez.
Yes.
Trustee Tosti.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Thank you. Next, discussion and approval of the 2023 to 2026 after-school education and safety ACES and expanding learning opportunities program ELOP plans.
So these plans, we did meet with some community partners. We collected feedback. There was opportunity for input. And these plans reflect the intentions of the district moving forward for a 3-year plan. These are living documents and can be modified from year to year, but this is essentially our foundation for 3 years. And I noted Trustee Perez's comments earlier, and we will consider those moving forward. Any questions about the plans?
No, okay. Just making sure that if we have comments. G. Oh, G, okay. Sorry. Okay, so they can be changed as needed.
It's a living document. It does have to be approved by the region and the state. So there are certain guidelines that I have to adhere to, but absolutely there's input that's collected from the community and our educational partners.
Okay, great. Any comments or discussion by the board members?
No, I took deliberately earlier, actually. So,
Okay, great. Let's get a motion if we can.
I'll make a motion. I turned my page. I'll make a motion that we pass the 2023 to 2026 after-school education and safety ACES program, expanded learning opportunities program, ELOP plan.
I'll second that. So let's do a roll call vote. Trustee Grist,
Yes.
Trustee Perez,
yes.
Trustee Martinez.
Yes.
Trustee Tosti.
Yes.
And I'm a yes too. Thank you. Next.
Once we do our discussion, we can bring them in before we do.
Okay. So now we're at 13G, discussion and approval of contract with Youth Alliance.
So you have the MOU there that was described earlier in a presentation with Youth Alliance. They'll be serving 3 schools, for AAA and Calibers, 3 campuses. So because the AAA is such a small school, that allotment is 125 students, so they're just combined together.
Any discussion or comments?
Do we have any public?
We do?
Yes. But we
But do
debate. if
Yeah,
there's
right.
any-
I don't have any questions.
Trustee Perez?
No, she answered
Okay.
it all earlier.
Okay,
Thank
so,
you.
yeah, I guess we can do public comment now.
Okay, we have a speaker that is Isabel Munoz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
That was my daughter.
Yay!
Trustees of the board and superintendent. All I want to say is thank you because I feel heard. Actually, my daughter belongs to AAA, and every family has different situation. We have different background, and I am a single mom, and I am not ashamed of saying that we're coming from trauma. So for me, it's very important. It's been very personal. Casa. We moved from San Jose to Hollister, and we lost everything. So Casa were the first one that welcomed us, my daughter and myself. So I wanna express my gratitude because I feel now, and after I hear all of you, that you are gonna be supporting the community. And I know you hear 1% of our story, but should be other stories, and I believe you're gonna continue supporting them. I wanna feel that our school district, can see the other part of us, human beings, and we can work together because we're working for the children. And that's something that sometimes you don't see, but for us, Casa they help us a lot. And since we lost everything, that we didn't want to continue losing. So that's why I want to thank you. And then I feel hope that you're gonna listen, and other parents have other situations. And I hope this all end up that nobody is gonna lose any of the after schools, that everybody has the opportunity. And I know that other families like myself have other situations, but I wanna say thank you, and all I feel right now is hope that you're gonna work together, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jeanette Neal.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Sanchez. I was going to say pretty much the same thing that Isabel said, but I'm going to also say that I really appreciate your dedication with listening to you guys, and it's so important that we keep the after-school program so that we can continue the after-school education for our children. And thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say, and everything that Isabel said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the contract with Youth Alliance?
Make a motion that we approve the contract with Youth Alliance.
A second?
Second.
Okay. Let's take a vote. Any more discussion? No? Okay. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
And Trustee Marks is a yes as well. Thank you, Youth Alliance. 13H is discussion and approval of contract with YMCA of San Benito.
For your consideration is the memorandum of understanding with YMCA to provide services at Rancho Santana, Cerro Vista, and Red Lane. Any questions?
I think the only thing I had was on the signature side. It said title director, and it said Youth Alliance as well. So if we can just
Thank
have it
you.
amended to say YMCA.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Nope.
Do we have any public comment?
Nope.
Okay, great. Can we get a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the contract with the YMCA at San Benito.
I'll second.
Okay. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Toasty?
Yes.
And trustee Marks is a yes as well. Thank you. I know, I was thinking the people from YMCA. Oh, they did? Well, they might see it on TV. Discussion and approval of contract with Alevo, did I say that right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So before you, you have consideration for a contract with Alevo, who will provide the foundational program or the support program for the Hollister School District school sites. We again are going to be staffing the programs at the 3 schools, HDLA, Marguerite Mays, and Rancho San Justo. But Alevo will provide services such as curriculum and physical activities and whatnot.
Okay, any discussion and or questions?
Well, thank you. Thank you for finding this. This is awesome. And it looks like it's got a nice history behind it.
Yes.
So, you want to tell us how you found it?
just like everything else, research, right? When we started talking about the, changing after-school programs, it's just, I'm not afraid to try different things and bring exposure to, what is out there. I have a friend that has a daughter in this program in Salinas, and she said, my daughter loves it. And so I said, let me see that website. She sent it to me, and then I forwarded it to you guys.
Awesome. Well, this looks like the deal. The real deal.
I think it'll be a nice complement to the other services that we also provide, that our other providers provide as well.
Yeah, and it speaks to part of our role as board members is to bring new ideas and all of that. So thank you very much. Can I get a motion to approve the contract with Alevo?
I make a motion to approve the contract with the bank.
Okay, in a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. We'll take a vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Toasty?
Yes.
And trustee Marks is a yes too. Motion passes 5-0. Oh, we have a, we'll go. We have somebody calling
I don't know if it was for an
in.
item that we've already approved,
Are you sure?
because sometimes we're delayed. And so it may have been for something that was
We
already,
should let them have their voice anyway, yeah, no?
If the team agrees.
it's up to you.
I'm down. Oh, they're calling back.
Just let them know, in case it is.
Hello? Are you here to speak? Hello?
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, señora. ¿Llamó para hablar sobre un tema en particular?
Sí, es sobre el que acaba de pasar de Youth Alliance, del programa CASE.
Okay.
Para dar un comentario.
She would like to make a comment on the agenda for the Youth Alliance. Okay.
Yeah.
Está bien, señora, lo puede hacer. Tiene 3 minutos, señora, si gusta hablar.
Oh, sí. Sí, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Nara Vázquez y estoy llamando para agradecer a la mesa directiva, a todos los miembros del buró por habernos escuchado y por transmitir en vivo también en español, porque yo los estoy escuchando en español. Les agradezco que hayan apoyado el programa CASA y todos los programas después de escuela. Creo que nuestra voz ha sido escuchada y nuestros niños, que son el futuro de nuestra ciudad, de nuestro país, estarán muy agradecidos con esas decisiones tan acertadas que tuvieron. Y también quiero agradecer a la superintendente porque ella siempre ha estado abierta para escucharnos. Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora, por su tiempo y su llamada.
Adiós.
Adiós.
Can you,
Sure.
okay.
So, good evening. The speaker's name is Nora Vasquez. She was calling to thank the board for listening to the parents. She feels heard. She would like to also thank the board because she is able to watch the televised version of the board meeting in Spanish. She's watching us right now. She stated she wanted to speak and mention our children who are the future of our community and our nation. She's thankful for listening to the comments in regards to the CASA program and Youth Alliance for being open and receptive to the message of the parents. She also would like to thank the superintendent, myself, for being open-minded and always being receptive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
13J.
thank you. Finding my place. The next item for discussion and approval is the HSD Sunshine Proposal to Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association.
Item 13J is presented to the board for receipt and approval of it, is the Sunshine Proposal that would allow for the district to publicly announce and let the public know that we are interested in opening Article 11, which is compensation for negotiations with the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association. And this article would be open for the period of July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. What this also states is that the district reserves the right to open other articles during the negotiations process, which would be publicly stated through another Sunshine Proposal as well. The financial impact to this would be dependent upon the negotiations process, and the district would propose adjustments in employee compensation for the 23-24 school year that will provide compensation commensurate with the district's obligation to maintain fiscal stability. Any questions?
Okay,
Do we have any comments?
okay. So can we get a motion to approve the Sunshine Proposal for Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we approve the Sunshine Proposal for a successor agreement to the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association.
And a second? Okay, great. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Yes.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
Trustee Marks? Passes 5-0. Item 13K is Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, Every Student Succeeds Act, which is ESSA, and the federal addendum.
I think you know this by heart. Oh, I've seen this before.
All right, as if the LCAP wasn't long enough, we're gonna put an addendum to it. So we have here, for your information, this addresses the federally funded programs in addition to the LCAP and how we're going to expend those funds and what is the data. So this document does explain our priorities that we are spending our title funds for and how they're going to complement the LCAP. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so can we get a motion to?
Can I have one little bit of discussion?
Of course,
Okay.
absolutely.
One of the things that, when I first ran for the school board, and it was the idea that we do our own program for students that have a hard time making it during the regular day and not send them off to Santa Ana. Because to me, it's like we've given up on children. And we should never give up on kids. I mean, as a school district, we should never give up on children. And so just, you know, as these things go along, we don't have the room right now, and I know that. But it's something that we should have percolating in our minds, is how, because there were 11 children. And some went to Pinnacles, I know that, and we don't know the exact number. So maybe let's say 8. We gave up on it. So if there's a way that we can think of ways that we could not give up on those kids, what we could do, I think would benefit everybody, especially those children. Because when we give up on them, they haven't even made it to high school yet. And they've been told by our school district, we gave up on you. And it just hurts. So, and I, you know, we're talking teacher and room and da-da-da-da-da. I understand, I get it. And like the second year, I said, Superintendent Ochoa, what about this year? What about this year? And then the pandemic hit. And now we got all this other stuff going on. So I get it. But it is something we should not lose sight of, because we should not give up on kids.
But I don't see as us giving up. I don't, because I see the same thing even in the high school. There are some students that they don't do well in that setting.
Well, I
for
understand that.
several reasons, but that doesn't mean that you haven't, when you've exhausted every avenue with the child, and they're still not being productive themselves, or whatever it is that they're still in need of, then perhaps a different setting is best for the child.
Well, we do a
And that's why
program for
those
them.
programs exist.
I know, but we do a program for them, is what I'm trying to say.
You want to keep them and do it in-house, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that we do it within the Hollister School District. There are students, and maybe they get referred in 7th grade, and maybe they're back to general ed in 8th
But
grade.
there are kids that do really well at the different setting and
Yeah.
come back.
Not
And
all.
they
Well,
do,
sure.
they do, and they're given that opportunity.
I understand
to do
that, but I did middle school for 28 years, not often.
No,
Okay.
well, I do, I see them in high school.
Well, that's different. There's 4 years there. In we're looking at a small amount.
But I think to say the comment that we give up on our kids
Well-
isn't, that seems harsh. That seems like
That's
we're
how
not
I
doing our
feel.
job.
That's how I feel. And I don't say it's not that we don't do our job. It's the idea of, a lot of these children, it's a social issue, it's a family issue. It's not necessarily education. There's a lot of other stuff that's
Right.
happening.
Right.
But if we can come up with a way that helps those children, that's all I'm saying.
So I think that, if I may clarify, the LCAP, the current item is a federal addendum, and I think that maybe the topic that we're talking about could potentially be a future program for the district, where we would not
something
be
in the future.
having students go to alt ed, that we would have our own alt ed. What I can say, however.
And we used to have it. We used to
Yes.
have our own alt-ed.
What I can say is that we have put processes in place, for example, that allow for students to have the maximum opportunities to stay within the district, such as parent and student meetings at the site level, parent and student meetings here with our assistant superintendent, where the student is required to come with the parent, or they meet at the school site with our assistant superintendent, where there is an entrance meeting when anyone is referred. Our assistant superintendent goes to alt ed to determine and to talk about, after the meeting with the family, is this the appropriate placement? Is there any other placement? And I can assure you that oftentimes we exhaust our TK8 sites with placing students that are not having a successful career, I would say, at our comprehensive middle schools. Our TK-8s, when the enrollment allows, become a soft, so to speak, restart, a landing place for students prior to any other, talk of Alta.
I'm not saying to do that. That is not what I am saying.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Oh, I understand that, and I don't know if, throwing them into a TK-8 is the right situation. I'm trying to say that we, HSD, go back to what we used to do, which was when we had our own alt ed program, and try to come up with something like that. We had that, and it was very successful. And of course, it got cut because of budget cut.
That could be something that the board decides is a future,
Yeah, I'm
agenda.
just saying, let's just keep it in the back of our mind. We don't have it right now, but it's something that we used to do, and it was successful.
Then my suggestion would be keep it on your list for future agenda items.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And
that's-
we can bring it up at a future date,
I know,
right? Yeah.
But it's something that, it's something that we used to do. It was successful. Those kids made it. And maybe it was just what they needed to be more successful than at the high school.
Okay, so for this item, K, do we have to approve it? Because it doesn't say approval.
Nope, it's just you need to be aware that it's been completed and I've been busy and.
Yes, you have.
Oh, no.
You're
You've been informed.
certainly pulling your weight around here. Okay, so thank you. And our next item is 13L. I know, local performance indicator self-reflection. Self-reflection.
Yes, let's self-reflect. How do I feel after writing all these reports? No, this is a really great opportunity for the district to share how it is, its self-reflection of its progress. This is information that is used on the California School Dashboard. So whatever we report here is how we're evaluating ourselves and will be reflected on that. So I do have a presentation, but I don't have the clicker, I'm sorry. Are you able to?
Do I have it?
Or do I should I scramble over there and get the, okay. So the background, the local control formula priorities, where data is not collected at the state level, and LEA will measure and report its progress through the dashboard based on locally collected data. So local indicators are part of a seamless accountability system that reflects the emphasis on local control, enables LEAs to measure its progress using data provides, local data providing valuable information necessary for educational partners to engage in meaningful engagement with the holistic understanding of local successes and challenges, and it informs the local control and accountability planning process. So this is, part of this information is embedded in the LCAP and considered as part of our metrics that we do include. So, priority 1, appropriately assign teachers access to curriculum-aligned instructional materials and safe, clean, and functional school facilities. We had a number or percentage of misassignments of teachers. This is for this year, 22-23, of 16 teachers, percentage of 5.6%. Our total, that's for English learners, I'm sorry, I don't know if I emphasized that. Total teacher misassignments was 0, and then vacant teacher positions was 1, or 0.3%. Percentage of students without access to their own copies of standard aligned instructional materials for use at school and at home was 0%. That is without, so I want to clarify, sometimes they see that as 0 without. Number of identified instances where facilities did not meet good repair standard, this is in the FIT reports, was 1. Moving on to priority 2, implementation of state academic standards. So then you'll see we have a prompt and then we evaluate ourselves on the implementation of these academic standards. So you have ELA, our Common Core State Standards for ELA. We are fully implementing and sustaining that. Same for ELD, mathematics, next generation science standards, history and social studies. For academic standards, rate the LEA's progress for making instructional materials that are aligned with recently adopted academic standards. We have all subject areas are covered there with adopted materials from the state. And then we have priority 2, again, rate the LEA's progress in implementing policies and programs to support staff in identifying areas where they can improve in delivering instruction in all those areas there. Very reflective, this is very consistent year over year. These are the same ratings that we've had. Priority 2, implementation of rate the LEA's progress implementing each of the following academic standards adopted by the state board of for all students. So CTE, as we know, that is something in development. Both of our comprehensive middle schools have expanded this program. It's not quite a 5. We have to figure how we're going to provide that program to Mays now that it doesn't receive CSI funds, but I have an idea. Rest assured. Again, we'll see how we can provide that to students and expand it and then embed it in our elementary program. We have our health education content standards is fully sufficient, and our PE model content standards is provided. Visual and performing arts, that will be complemented by Prop 28, so that we have the curriculum purchase, we need the supplies, we need the staffing. So that is a 4 there. And then world language, this is definitely an area of development. I know that Mays offered a language or 2 last year. That may not be consistent next year, but it's something that we want to look into. Offering a broad course of study is very important for us. Moving on to, still in priority 2, rating the LEA's success at engaging in the following activities with teachers and school administrators, identifying professional learning needs of groups of teachers or staff as a whole. I have at least 2 surveys that have gone out through the year, collecting feedback from administrators and staff members, not only certificated, but classified staff. What is your interest? What is your strength? Where do you need support? Identifying the professional learning needs of individual teachers, again, through those surveys, and then providing support for teachers on the standards that they have not yet mastered. I think that that's an area that we can always improve because the standards are pretty massive. Moving on to priority 3, this is parent involvement and family engagement. How do we rate ourselves? Now again, this is based on the analysis of educational partner input local data, identify the number of which best indicates the LEA current stage. So we're looking at this year and how we might rate ourselves. Our progress is the key word there in developing the capacity of staff. So that would be through Capturing Kids' Hearts. That is our implementation mid-year where we honored certificated staff to meet with families during conferences, those sort of things. Rate the LEA's progress. Again, this is not full implementation, but we are definitely progressing in this area in creating welcoming environments for all families. This is something that we definitely, I don't think we'll ever get to the finish line with. Then you see rate the LEA's progress in supporting staff to learn about each family's strengths, cultures, language, and goals. This comes hand in hand when we have our parent engagement activities. So we have our hosted parent nights, we have, we encourage the opportunity for families to come on campus, we encourage staff to stay after if they would like and receive a timesheet for meeting with parents, etc. Rate the LEA's progress in developing multiple opportunities for LEAs and school sites to engage in two-way communication. So absolutely this year we've really leaned on our parents who are communication. Looking forward in the LCAP, a spoiler alert, we're looking at hiring a staff member that is dedicated to communication. So we can really dial in on that be effective with parent communication. Then, moving on to, just making sure I'm on the same slide, building partnerships for student outcomes. So rate the LEA's progress in providing professional learning and support to teachers and principals to improve schools' capacity to partner with families. So how are we supporting them reaching out? This is going to be a really big factor with our community schools. This is going to be very effective. Rate the LEA's progress in providing families with information and resources to support student learning and development in the home. Again, community schools is going to be very helpful in achieving this, possibly moving it over to a 5. Rate the LEA's progress in implementing policies or programs for teachers to meet with families and students to discuss student progress. These are the conference schedules that we have set up for next year. We also honor the time that teachers spend after hours with their parents by offering a timesheet, and that is built into the LCAP. Rate the LEA's progress in supporting families to understand and exercise their legal rights and advocate for their own students and all students. So that we have an open two-way communication. We have a process in which parents can engage in a needs request or advocacy or the complaint process. Okay, and then continuing our last one for priority 3, rate the LEA's progress in building the capacity of and supporting principals and staff and effectively engaging families in advisory groups. So this is something that we absolutely do. It's an FPM, it's a federal program monitoring request. We have to support our school sites in having full school site councils and appropriate ELAC memberships. We do have that is provided to site principals, and they're coached as far as getting that. Rate the LEA's progress in building the capacity of and supporting family members to effectively engage in advisory groups and decision-making. Again, we have structures. School sites are provided a template for their school site council meetings, their ELAC meetings. You need to have this on the item, this on the agenda for this time. Very structured and supportive for them, so that we don't have something slip through the cracks. Rate the LEA's progress in providing all families with opportunities to provide input on policies and programs. While we have that opportunity, school sites are collecting needs and information and feedback through a myriad of surveys. This again will be enhanced when we have a person that's in charge of the communication. We're able to really dial it down and quantify who are we not reaching. Why is it that we are not reaching them? Do they need language support? Do they need somebody just to sit next to them? So we're really excited about getting down into that. Rate the LEA's progress in providing opportunities to have families, teachers, principals, and district administrators work together to plan, design, implement, and evaluate family engagement activities. This is also a component, it's embedded in many activities, but it's also in the PAC, the Parent Advisory Committees, so that they have a say in their involvement and are able to offer their perspective. Okay, moving on to priority 6, school climate. So we're kind of in, and I just received the email this week, in a gray area. School climate has been difficult for us to capture since before the pandemic. We use the California Healthy Kids Survey to measure our climate. That's given to our 5th and 7th graders. And then if we would like, we can extend it to parents, we can extend it to other grades, and we can extend it to staff. We had implementation in April of 2023. However, it was not comprehensive implementation, so we only had part of the surveys come back. It was like in a rushed situation, so it's not very thorough data. The data that was collected is there. It was 5th grade. 71% reported connectedness to school, 39% reported meaningful participation in school, 70% reported feeling safe at school. Then we go back, 7th grade was not captured. we have to go all the way back before COVID to 2018, to the Healthy Kids Survey that was administered then. And we had that data set there, 18% reported connectedness to school, 10% reported meaningful participation in school, 56% reported feeling safe at school. So I just got the email from, it's West Ed does the surveys for the California Healthy Kids Survey, that our data is already starting to populate. So I hope not only for this in local indicators, but also for the LCAP, we'll have some viable data so that we can make some decisions on. Then, priority 7, access to broad cores of study. So we touched on this earlier. We do offer our core subjects that are required. We have a variety of options for students, including career technical education, arts, foreign language. We have performing arts, visual arts. We have some electives that we are able to offer, and we hope to expand that based on programming, staffing, and enrollment. But this narrative here just assures that we have students have access to the same rigorous guaranteed curriculum and course of study as others, and this is complete adoption and fully implemented math, science, social studies, ELA, and early literacy intervention materials. Would you like me to continue talking, or would you like to conclude this?
Any
That's it for
comments
the
or questions? Nope. Okay. So thank you for that. It was just recommended that we hear the report. So for 13M, 2023-24 LCAP.
Yep.
Go ahead.
For the LCAP, okay. All right, so you were presented the 23-24 LCAP at the previous board board meeting, and so we are very excited to move forward. We've had an exhaustive year of collecting information and presenting the LCAP to our community partners. And I feel like this has been a really productive year. I want to thank each of you for participating in our community meetings, for listening to the presentation and providing feedback. I think it's really valuable to acknowledge that each of our school sites are unique and need different things, and how do we bring that all together for a district plan, which is presented for you today. So there are only some slight changes, some excellent augmentations to our existing actions, and I would like to entertain any questions or discussion.
What it says here, and I wanted to make sure I was reading this correctly. So under the LCAP for 23-24, our says we generate $10,267 and a little bit more is generated for high need students. Is that?
I'm going to have to defer to Beth. I'm going to assume that that is our allocation for the UPP. Is that right?
Sounds a little low, I'm just not sure.
Well, that's why I was asking, because we have a,
Are you looking at the budget overview?
no, I'm looking at, no,
Which page?
I'm on page
This one right here.
1186.
Page 2 on that one.
Page 2 of the presentation.
Javier, can you just scroll down slightly? I think, is it below the graphs?
Yeah, it's down
right
here.
Right there,
Yep.
$10,267.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry.
I knew I wasn't.
Completely out of my sandbox.
Actually-
I did do that, okay, I did.
Trustee- I do want to say, trustee Grist, those are 2 commas, so 10,267,632.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't think we get that for each student.
No, I think that's the total amount.
The total
Yeah.
amount of our supplemental income.
Yes,
Yeah.
that sounds right.
I'm working.
Remember, I'm on one eye. Okay, then we don't get $10 million each student.
Wow, can you imagine?
Wish it and hope
Can
it.
you
Things that we
imagine the
could do.
program?
Wish it and hope it. Okay. No more questions.
$10 million.
I'm here for the humor.
Like,
Trustee Perez, any questions or comments?
He can't beat that.
No.
Trustee Tosti?
It's a drop the mic thing.
Okay, I have no comments except for thank you for all your hard work.
Yes, thank you.
Can we get a motion to approve the 2023-2024 local control and accountability plan?
So moved.
I second.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Trustee
Justice,
Grist?
yes.
Okay, trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Yes.
Trustee Tosti?
Yes.
Trustee Marks is a yes as well. Next item, consideration and action on approval of the 2023-24 adoption budget.
Thank you, board members, and before I get started, I would like to thank Dr. Myers.
Yes.
It's really kind of nice not to have the CBO, show and to hear everything for education. So, great job tonight.
Yay.
Yay.
That was a lot.
All right, so this evening you have in front of you the finalized budget for the 23-24 year. We've prepared, in conjunction with everybody at that table and the superintendent, an easy read budget of our assumptions.
I love it.
Which
Yeah, I did too.
we'll be posting to the website tomorrow as a preface for the ugly pages. Oh, we'll just call it what it is. If you try to read the SACS pages, they are too small. I have no control over making them more readable. So we've taken that information and we've put it into something that hopefully makes sense to those people that are available. There have been some minor changes since we did our public hearing on this. Most of those were just doing that final balancing and getting through the state software to make sure that it's okay. The most important thing that I would like to draw your attention to is that this year we are adopting a zero budget, which means we are living within our means. The revenue that we're getting in unrestricted, we are spending in unrestricted. The revenue we're getting in LCAP for supplemental and concentration grant funds, that $10,300,000 rounded, we are spending and we have a budget for it, and it's actually built in here. Now, you actually adopted a decent budget last year, but it had some challenges. And I would like to thank the board and again, everybody that's at that table over there for helping us bring everything back in line. And as we move forward into this next school year, the motto is going to be, how are you going to fund that if it's not already in the budget? Okay? That is how this district gets itself back on solid ground. I know we've got a commitment from the board. I know we've got a commitment from cabinet and the superintendent. I know we can get this done. So the major assumptions that are in here, as we said before, an 8.22% COLA. The governor, I believe I read, he signed the budget today.
Yes.
And so we're on solid ground there. There were no major changes in what we already knew 2 weeks ago when we gave you your public hearing. So at this point, I will just pause for any questions.
I just gotta say, for the first time, being able to look at something and have it so broken down and explained to this degree has never really been captured before to this specificity that we have. It is just amazing, and I am very, very appreciative for even been on the board for as long as I have been. This made it so much easier because it's just so hard to retain so much information about a budget, and you need the refresher constantly. to ensure that, okay, that goes to that, that goes to that, you know, and it's just like all the strings being attached to everything.
Yeah,
But,
the puppet has strings.
Yes, but just the different funds, everything was very beautifully put together and well explained.
Thank you, appreciate that. We may become annoying as we go through this next year, we refer back to this document, what is that for? Or what is that fund? Well, if you go to the budget and you go to the back page,
You gotta put this one on our desk.
ideally to use it as a tool. As a tool that we build into, and we have strived to, if you've asked questions, to put that in here as much as we possibly can.
Yes. Well, even for staff, you know, it makes it so much easier to really digest, right?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that we've done this year that, for me, the monthly things that we do with the budget, I think have been extremely helpful. Because, we're showing everybody what we have. It's like, open the drawer and here it is. So, there's been no hiding of anything. And that has been very helpful, especially for me, because I know I have a good grasp about what's going on. I don't feel like, oh gosh, I hope, I'm not like that. And so I feel educated about what's happening. Thank you very much. And then to get this on top of it, it's like the icing on the cake. I really want to thank you. The work that you put into this is just amazing. And I felt so much more educated that it was in language that I could understand. Because I don't know, I've had 17 eye surgeries. I can't read it.
No, I understand. And I'm sorry, so we do strive. And part of our goal as we go forward next year is to make the monthly financial reports a whole lot more boring. Ideally, we've got a good budget unless something really big happens, and there won't be any new money that we're aware of.
Right.
We could have an increased enrollment, which would then lead to an increased ADA, but we're not going to get aggressive on that. In the LCAP, we have an attendance initiative, which is an outgrowth of the meeting that we had with the high school as we both work together to get kids in school more often. That will translate into a higher ADA, which will translate into more money. You won't see us make that adjustment until the end of the year.
Sure.
Because we have to see it before we're going to actually put it in there, because once we put it in there, then you have the option to then spend it. And we're going to be very cautious. We're going to move forward carefully.
Yeah, I agree.
Any other questions or comments?
Just on page 1292, the district vision, I'm assuming that's a typo where it says lifelong learners in a safe, respectful, and diverse climate. It should be safe, respectful,
It
and
should be
diverse.
safe. Thank you.
Okay. Just
You
curious.
get the Snickers, which is something that a very old CBO mentor of mine used to say. I appreciate your reading it and finding that. I did not do that on purpose, but thank you. And we'll make that correction before it goes up on the website.
Perfect.
Just so you know.
Oh,
Awesome.
I have no doubt, but I appreciate it.
Awesome. Any other? Thank you.
I
very
make a
much.
motion that we approve the 23-24 adopted budget.
I'll second.
Okay, trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Martinez,
Aye.
trustee Costi,
Aye.
trustee Marks is an aye, 5-0, thank you. So item 13O is public hearing, so should I?
Yes.
We are now opening the public hearing for 2023-24 reserve in excess of minimum requirement.
This is something that we are required to present every year when we present the budget. And what the board needs to do is anything between the state minimum reserve of 3% and the state's maximum reserve of 10%, we need to address why we have money in that range there. This board has adopted a board policy 3100, which says that we will strive to get to a 10% reserve. We are not at 10% with this budget adoption. And so therefore, any excess above 3 but below 10 is dedicated towards achieving the board policy level or target that we're looking for. So I don't know if you have any comments.
Kind of settle with Hester, so.
Okay, so we will close the hearing. Thank you so much. Item 14, Superintendent's Report.
Okay, item 14. So this is the last superintendent's report of the fiscal year. I try to capture a lot of the general ideas and projects that are happening. Good evening, everyone. Our end of year enrollment ended at 5,681 students, which is pretty steady to what we were seeing during the other months and the other board reports. Our end of year ADA ended at 92.3%. That is the goal that we have before us. We need to improve that.
Yep.
Let's see. Go up. Nope. There we go. Playground update. So again, I want to publicly say thank you to the board who voted to approve the update to the pour in place the surface areas. I do want to publicly say that if anyone is used to going and walking onto their community school, onto their neighborhood school, and perhaps the play structure is closed or fenced off or sealed off, the reason why is because we're working on them. We are removing the tire shred. As you can see, the playgrounds are the surface areas are being renovated currently at Calaveras, HDLA, and RO Hardin. It is in progress, so yay! That is worthy of an applause. We are trying to get from our faithful and only attendee. Yay!
It's cool, isn't it?
Very
Yes,
cool.
yes.
Very cool. Thank you for being with us and partaking in that joy. We are ready to get rid of the tire shred.
Yes. And the brown mound?
Yes. So that leads us to more pictures here. We are working, as you can see, at HDLA. The project is a little bit more complicated, and we are working in the crescent moon area. We did have to remove trees. That one did require tree removal to ensure that roots did not come up into the surface area and then destroy what we would, recently have laid down there. So these projects are in place and we're moving forward. There's some more pictures.
Are we gonna add trees that do not have roots like that?
Well, the surface, the area is going to be covered with AstroTurf,
Okay.
something that doesn't produce mud. Which
Oh,
is what,
gotcha.
what we wanted.
No mud, okay.
No mud is what we heard loud and clear from the HDLA community. Mhm. Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. So, next update, technology. Our IT department has been very busy. They have received 2,000 Chromebooks and they're in the process of working on them and all the details that takes in order to create the distribution that is necessary. So we want to thank our IT team. They are an integral part of a lot of the projects that are going on this summer, one of which is this. This is a big shipment for us. Facilities updates. We are working on summer projects. We have finalized the installation of additional new safety cameras at specific sites. Which is something that we definitely needed. We have finalized, at this time, the process had begun, but as of today, it is final. The installation of vape sensors at specific sites, that will help deter vaping, particularly at the comprehensive middle schools. We have annual summer field maintenance that is taking place, and we have other summer projects and daily work tickets. At this moment, I do want to say thank you very much to every single maintenance staff who helped make our student promotions possible. In order for them to transform Bellato Park and all of the TK8s that had ceremonies, it takes such coordination and effort on their part to leave their daily work tickets and actually go and, okay, this site needs a flagpole, this site needs more chairs, this site needs more tables, we need to dust off the bleachers at Bellato, or whatever it is that they do, set up the nice stage and everything. Without them, it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, thank you.
So we thank them for that. Also, summer school update. We've heard a little bit about summer school, and I just wanted to touch again, 562 students attending summer school. That's a big summer school for us, you know, a general education summer school. We have 133 students attending extended school year. So that's a large number when you combine those two.
So is migrant in the 562?
Migrant is in the 562. It is a packet program. Our summer school sites, again, are Aro Hardin, Calaveras, Sunny Slope, and Rancho San Justo. Here are some lovely pictures of our students. They are all engaged, they're all happy, they're all participating. We have some students that participate in summer school, and they choose to not stay for day camp, and then we have some students that choose to not participate in summer school, but they come onto campus for day camp.
Okay.
So we're trying to meet the needs of all of our students. As you can see, we, to the best of our ability, try to have the cultural relevancy in regards to having programs or assemblies, music, and things of high interest to students, like the dancing that happens. So our day camp also, we are very close to the number that we had for the summer program, 562 students. That is pretty phenomenal. I want to take the time to thank every single person that's making that possible, from our custodial staff that are helping to clean, our maintenance staff, our ed services staff, you know, the folks that are working summer. They're taking time out of their summer to work and provide this wonderful opportunity. They're doing a fabulous job. It's our first time, and I think that we have learned a lot, and we're ready to, you know, make every year here after just a positive, successful one.
Yeah.
Our programs, like we've heard before, our outdoor play, our art provided through the San Benito Arts Council, song and dance by the San Benito Arts Council, our community solutions is helping us promote and continue with the SEL focus during the summer, which is helpful. Robotics through San Benito Robotics, the math programs, the dance and the music through the Forza company, various assemblies, and also STEM. We want to promote science, technology, and math.
When the day camp ends, will Youth Alliance or YMCA take over the daytime, or it's not?
There would be no more program. Students get to enjoy summer, and staff get to enjoy summer. Here are some pictures from day camp. Every student got a lovely day camp t-shirt. How cool is that when you get to participate in a program that provides a matching t-shirt, you know, and matching knapsack and bottle? It makes them feel like they actually did something this summer. We have dance, we have drawing, we have art, a lot of folks and kids, students meeting other students from other sites as they mix on the specific campuses. Additionally, we have a human resources update. As we know, we had 2 vacancies at our comprehensive middle schools. I'd like to take the time to welcome Deb Armstrong. She will be the new principal at Rancho San Justo, and the new principal at Mays will be Christian Woods. So we're excited to have them aboard. I know that they are ready to work with their staff, and they're both very passionate educators. Other updates. So we as a district have settled negotiations with CSEA as we, the board approved the AB 1200 earlier. Thank you for that. I will be notifying them tonight that that was approved, and to let them know that we will be working on the compensation increases. Our 22-23 negotiations with HESTA have been paused until the 23-24 school year, and that was at HESTA's request. So we respectfully are abiding by that, and we look forward to negotiating with them in the fall. We will have a Knowledge Saves Lives professional development. What that is a site-level professional development. It's a half-day professional development that will allow staff to work on strategies and tactics when dealing with an intruder on campus, which is very relevant information. We also have lined up a Capturing Kids' Hearts professional development for all new staff. In regards to administrators, we have a student discipline professional development provided by our legal counsel to talk about requirements, new laws that are taking effect, and how it is that we as a district are addressing student discipline across the sites. Are we calibrated? Do we need some work in regards to calibrating our approach? What are the methods that we use to address behaviors on campus? So that'll be beneficial. We also have an educational law compliance and updates professional development for administrators provided by legal counsel in August. And at this time, I would like to thank the board and staff for a wonderful 22-23 school year. We did a lot of work. If we think about how we started 22-23 with all the challenges, with a very rough 21-22 school year, I would say that it would probably be highly unlikely that a district could navigate all of those challenges the way we did. I think that what it is, it's not the leader, it's not me, it's not just us here. It really is that everybody that is at the school sites, at the district office, believes in the district and that they love children. We're here to serve the children, and that is what has allowed us to move the district forward. And I look forward to building upon the foundation that we have created this year so that we can start to innovate, we can start to leverage funds, we can start to build now that we are solidifying the foundation of the district. So thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Have we gotten the test scores yet?
Task force are filtering in, yep. Yes.
So we'll get a presentation in July or August?
Yeah, if they've been all submitted, then as soon as they're 100%, I can give you a.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Item 15 is board member report. We'll start with you, Trustee Gross.
Okay, bear with me, I kind of wrote a little thing.
Okay. Go on.
That's like 10 billion, million. Okay, first off, I went to promotion ceremonies for Mays, Rancho Santana, and Hollister Dual Language Academy. I attended the Intergovernmental Council meeting where the major topic was the unhoused in San Benito County. The cities of San Juan and Hollister, plus the county, are working on a joint powers authority so they all can have the same laws and policies to address the issues of the unhoused. It costs $10,000 a day to clean up the river to protect the river's environment because of the illegal dumping and the unhoused. Illegal dumping is a major problem, which is an environmental problem for our families. I attended 3 special board meetings for various reasons. The special board meetings were approximately 7.5 hours of my time. To be a board member for the Hollister School District is not for the faint of heart. I spent 10 hours preparing for this board packet as it was 1,424 pages. When the public criticizes us for not being prepared or doing our job, I would like them to be in my shoes for a month. I do not do this for money. I do this as a commitment to my educational community. I make my decisions based on the need for all students, not just a few. And We need a demographic report. But I did want to say that because it needed to be said.
Well, thank you all.
Oh, you got something too?
Oh, yeah, of course. The June report for me, as you will hear, this was a busy month. First of all, I missed graduation due to work. I was saddened to hear from one of my niece's that she was excited when she saw my name on the graduation program. But then I was nowhere in sight. This broke my heart to hear that. Then on June 10th, I was unable to attend a special board meeting due to not having enough time to review documents received, plus having to attend a memorial for one of my friends that passed away. On June 13th, I missed another special session of the board because of my regular job. On June 16th, I met with the Parent Alliance, a group of parents advocating for their children and making a difference in the lives of their children's education. They focus on the after-school program, communication, the digital divide, and having information in Spanish. I thank them for their invitation and, of course, the papusas. On June 23rd, I visited the summer school after-school program, aka day camp. I went to Calaveras and Nora Hardin, and I was accompanied by Superintendent Sanchez and Dr. Myers, and I forgot the site coordinator's name. As you can hear, being a board member is not a part-time job. Working for the community is a full-time job. And if I was retired, it would be a different situation. But I'm not. And my life is not quite, it's quite complicated at this moment. Therefore, effectively, immediately after tonight's meeting, I am resigning. I do not consider this a failure, but rather an opportunity to grow. I apologize to all the students, families, community leaders, teachers, staff, board members, Superintendent Sanchez, the Hollister community, and especially the friend that encouraged me to apply for this position. There's just not enough time or enough hours in the day for me to perform my duties and responsibilities effectively and be able to live knowing that I did my best in making Hollister School District a better place for our students. For now, I'm closing this chapter. I leave you with one of my favorite quotes by a great leader, Martin Luther King Jr. The ultimate measure of a man is not where you stand in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. And for every student and child out there, even if you find yourself failing, don't give up hope. You too can achieve great things. And thank you. And I guess this is a formality to the clerk, the superintendent, and then I will give one to County Superintendent Lamont.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
I just want to thank you. I know this was probably one of the hardest decisions, just like it was to run for the board. It isn't, I hope it wasn't, in part for you not feeling welcome or a part of this team, because you are, from day one. We selected you for a reason. And so I know your heart, for many of us, it's that passion and that love to give back to your community. And we know that that's why you ran. And we understand, sometimes there are certain situations that keep us from being here. Working full-time and doing this job isn't easy. I can attest to that. So it's shouldn't take away from you feeling like you failed, because I don't want you to walk away thinking you did, because you didn't fail us, nor the Hollister School District. Okay. We're appreciative that you took the time and you stepped up when we needed someone here. And we do appreciate your commitment to that and to us. I think that being a part of the events that we are able to go to, and some of us can do more than others. And so I don't want us to feel like we're judging each other on what we can or can't do. Because this job is already a lot. And we need to give each other that grace and understanding and be open with one another when things are happening so that we can support each other in doing this important work. And I'm very appreciative of, Superintendent Sanchez and the fellow board members that I work with every day that, is a privilege to me, because there's been times that I didn't feel welcome and I didn't feel like I was a part of a team. And now, I do. I feel we respect each other enough to hear each other out. And again, even if it's with debating about anything, we can walk away and, hug each other, and it's still, that was a conversation, it's gone, and we move on. So I think we're very, very kind to each other in that sense, and I want to continue to do so.
I just want to thank Trustee Perez for stepping up to the plate and, giving his time. And I think that people don't realize how much time that we put into this job, because we care. And I'm retired, so I do, am able to spend more time. And those of you with jobs, and I know it's harder. But I just want to thank you for stepping up to the plate and giving it your all. And I feel you did give it your all. So I want to thank you.
How do you follow that? Except for to agree. As you may remember, I think I was the one that wanted to nominate to choose you. And I think it took a lot of courage to say what you just said right now and to do it in front of everybody that's here. And I appreciate that. And I do feel also that you did a few things that really, number one, Alevo, number two, holding our feet to the fire on some things that this board might have overlooked if you hadn't been here. And definitely having a strength of conviction to do what you wanted to do. And I know I've learned from having you on this board.
Oh, I agree.
And so I want to make sure that you understand that, and that we wish you well in whatever, being able, trust me, there have been times when I've been like, do I keep going? But for the very same reasons. It's tough. It's tough to balance work, life, and family. And there's, this was a tough meeting too. And this is a lot of information to digest. And so I respect the fact that you decided that what was best for you and that you're chasing it. And I wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you.
Especially on July 25th.
Right. Okay.
Oh, there's more.
I know. Future agenda items would be the next item.
Oh, yeah. The demography report.
Got it.
Surprise.
I think we had we had that in our targets. It's just that
The
tonight's
size of this
meeting
one.
was too much to add that on the top.
Mhm.
Yes.
There is one thing that, somehow or another we missed, was, a resolution for the, LG, I'm saying it wrong.
For Pride Month?
Yes.
Yes.
Will be
We need to
late,
get better at actually,
I know.
I know when Carla was here, she was like,
She was
kept,
always on
she
it.
kept us, religiously with every month, and commemorating, and recognizing each month for what it held and the importance. I think it's just coming back to that and starting, I know
It's perfect.
we've had a lot on our plate, but I think really focusing in on bringing those things
Right,
back. I think
right. I think
Yeah.
it's perfect to start July 1st. We're in a new year.
But-
I'm happy to work with Superintendent Sanchez to
Okay.
define those days and those events,
Mhm.
and then making sure they get agendized at least until December.
And I would like a resolution for June, even though we missed it.
In arrears, like in July?
Well, can't we just, why not? I don't know,
How does everybody else feel about that?
or just a thing of support, I don't know.
Well, why don't you say what you want to
I-
say right now? We don't necessarily need a resolution for you.
Well, I would just like to say that, because I can't speak for the board.
But you can speak for you. I think, okay,
See
can
what
I
mean?
speak for the board?
Yes, please.
Okay. June is Pride Month, LGBTQ plus population. We just had our Pride, didn't we have a
Parade.
Pride parade on Sunday,
Mhm.
was it? I wasn't home, but it's important that we support the LGBTQ plus population right now. There's a lot of complications and a lot of targeting to especially the trans community right now. We have students that we want to feel safe in expressing themselves in school, and families, and support for families. I personally have a daughter who's queer, and I know what it feels like, and I try to make it an everyday occurrence. It's nice that we have a month where we can acknowledge and celebrate the LGBTQ community, but I think it's on all of us to make sure that this is an everyday occurrence, that we accept and welcome all people. So that's what I will say in support of that. Is that all right with
Yes.
everybody?
Thank you,
Okay.
Trustee Martin, or President Martin.
You're
Thank you.
welcome, you're welcome. All right, any other future agenda items? Okay. Any announcements or reminders? Besides the one I just made.
And so we're trying to pinpoint our next special board meeting
Right,
that's outside of, so we said August either 5th, 19th, or 26th.
is that what we had? She just, let's see, Jackie. She's not available Saturday, August 12th, but the other Saturdays in August are available.
Okay, so we have the 5th, the 12th, and the 26th.
Yeah,
She's not available on the 12th.
Oh, she's not on the 12th. So
No.
it's the 5th, the 19th.
and the
Must be
26th.
Correct.
I would prefer not to do the 12th because it's right after my surgery. It's like,
Well, you can't do the 5th either.
I mean the
The
5th.
5th.
I meant the 5th. Sorry.
The 19th or the 26th.
I could do either of those.
So could I.
Me too.
Me too. So I'll propose both to her and let
Okay.
her choose. Are you okay with that, Superintendent Sanchez? Are you available those 2 days as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'll reach out to her and
Perfect. And you let us know.
we'll do.
Great.
Okay, great.
And then we'll be working towards,
The board goals.
yes, and your contract extension.
Yeah, that's already on the radar.
Okay, but that would be coming in July?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
contract for,
Extension.
oh, yeah. Okay, great. And so can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, we adjourn at 9:03.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody. We really made good time
We
considering
did.
the